much in terms of getting ready. So screw it, let's wing it. Quagsire is going to get tons of experience as it is. No one else really needs a ton of experience right now anyway. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Let's put it that way. So last time we made it to Area 5 here. Well, Section 5. So, street performer. Let the music spin. Is that what you want to say? Huh? Okay. Sorry, I just had to update that. Oof. Well, here's something for the first time where I really don't have a lot of answers. Hariyama needs the experience. Let's get him out here. Sipping the actual game fuel from Mountain Dew. Hashtag not branded. No, I'm definitely not. There's no way you could have predicted that. Now that's definitely going for Hariyama. Yep. Because I'm psycho. Not really. It's hard to resist a quad weakness like that. I'll go for the Vital Throw on Spinda. Sure, I get negative priority, but it won't miss. Not that that's really an option. Wow, you're really bullying my Hariyama. Really? Seriously now? Nice. Okay, so I'm predicting a psychic attack coming this way. So, switch to Espeon to absorb the blow. No? Really? Why? Clunk. I love Cadaver's fading animation. His name is one letter away from being weed, and another letter away from being weeb. I'll openly admit that I am a weeb. But there's no shame in that. Okay, when you're slower than a... Well, then again... Quagsire is not exactly known for being speedy. Surfing Gen 3. Such a good move. By Brava. Well, there's something decently fearsome. Too bad I don't... Wait a minute. Okay. So... Prediction time. They're probably going after Hariyama. So I'm going to switch to Noctowl. And then I'm going to use Surf. Unless the Quick Claw kicks in at an opportune moment. Good, it didn't. Got it. Knew you were going for Hariyama. Now. Now. Experience your punishment! Does everything know Rob Tomb? That's very concerning. Wow, that just higher damage roll apparently? Oh, of course, you get the Quick Claw to work for Amnesia when it doesn't matter. Oh. Someone has some strats, huh? For those who don't know, whenever a Pokemon is using Fly and is in the air, or is using Bounce while in the air, moves like Gust and Twister and Hurricane do more damage. The more you know. Let's go heal. Now, whenever I actually get around to uploading this on YouTube, I'll be cutting out these segments when I backtrack. For anyone that watches me on here, please give my YouTube a look. Same name. Like, comment, and subscribe, and all that jazz. You know how it works. I think the last two people are Cypher Peons. Yep. Yes, before, Will-O-Wisp was a TM. In order to get that on the Pokemon like Houndour, you had to egg move it. I see that that's what we're playing around with, some egg moves. I'm always used to blowing out these opponents, so seeing them use moves like that, I never knew before. I'm learning some new things. Okay, since Espeon is under Torment, so what am I facing down? Yeah. And honestly, I'm not worried with Quagsire. However, that can be worrying. I always thought moves like that looked cool for almost no reason. Alright. Well, currently I can do some damage. Okay, I need to get you out of here. Well, I'm realizing some holes in a lot of the Pokemon that I'm carrying on me. I seem to be walled off by ghost types. For the most part. Should be learning, yep, Psybeam. Excellent. Yeah, there's no point in keeping confusion. What's always nice is that you start with 2 of every stats recovery item in the game. Oh god, Death Wish, do we? Yes. Yes, we do. Detecting rock-type attacks coming towards Swablu, so switching out. And Quick Claw, screw you. You were easier than the last one. Now, I never really understood how to pronounce this guy's name. Dakim, Dakum. Dakum, I really have no idea. He's like the only upper member of Cypher. I never really understand how to pronounce his name. Okay. Also gotta be mindful. Let's say before we do this, because, let's just say this is not going to be easy. In more ways than one. Look, it's Alder. I'm sure everyone's made this joke at this point. Fine. After all the persuading I did, you still won't hand it over. This is what happens to stubborn oafs who don't do as I say. You treacherous swine. How could you refuse to battle? Dahaha, treacherous. You didn't really think that a worm like you could win. All you had to do was hand over the time flute without making a fuss. It's your own fault for getting hurt. Since you're not cooperating, I don't have any choice but to haul you off to Ein's lab. Who are you? What were my underlings doing? That outfit of yours. You must be the troublemaker who messed with Scrub in Celebi's forest. And now you've come to mess with the great Dakim? Don't make me laugh. I'll pound a lesson into your flesh and bones, so you'll never even think of bothering me again. So yes, Cypher Admin Dakim. This guy is a big step up from Mirror B. Okay, my 2 leads were the perfect choices. Now, one thing I have mentioned before. The admins all have a strategy. Mirror Bees was using the power of Rain Dance. Dakeem's is Protect Earthquake. All of his Pokemon know Earthquake except one. And the downside is all of his Pokemon are also weak to Earthquake. So that's why he runs this strategy. It's not a bad strategy, though. In fact, I like using it, too. Pokemon that are either just immune to Earthquake naturally, or running Protect or Detect. So, like, using a Flying type, or a, Ow. Okay, so like using a Flying type, or using a Pokemon with Levitate. It's a good strategy. Since Earthquake is, I believe, is the strongest ground type attack with 100 accuracy. The downside, of course, is it hits everyone on the battlefield. Especially in double battles. Unnecessary critical? Sure. Marshtomp. Okay, this thing's a beast. Granted, it's not Swampert yet, but this thing will mess you up if you're not ready. Water ground type, like Quagsire. It's one of the best type combinations in the game. Alright, that's right. Marshtomp does not know Earthquake. But, still, it is a Pokemon that is going to cause some trouble. Okay, now, I want to get this camera up off the battlefield as soon as possible. For anyone who's watched Chugga Conroy's Let's Play this game, you know what happened. Because he let camera-ups remain on the battlefield. That didn't do nearly as much as I thought it would. Harryon was probably going down, that's fine. Yep. Alright, this should take out Camerupt. It won't take out the Marshtomp, but it's below half health. So, we're good in that regard. His final Pokemon is the legendary Entei. Yes, and it is indeed a Shadow Pokemon. Yeah. That is terrifying, actually. Ow. Get the reflect up to at least soften some of the blows from that thing. Too bad I didn't have water absorb. I have damp, but oh well. Gotta be careful. Nice quick claw. 1 HP, of course. It's never that easy. Okay, Marshamp's out. Good. Now I just have the Entei to worry about. Alright. I guess status conditions aren't happening. Just gonna have to wing it. Ouch. Seriously? Okay. Okay, another mud shot should be okay. Okay. Now we just chuck balls at it and hope for the best. Because having +4 special defense means Entei's not going to do much to Quagsire should I lose Espeon in some freak accident. Yeah, I figured. Okay, should be out of power points for Fire Blast, so... let's heal back up. And get another swing at this. This is why I left it in yellow health. I knew this was coming. Let's try an Ultra Ball this time. Get my Quagsire up to health. Yeah. That's okay. Ah! Yeah. Yeah, I figured as much. What happens if the battle ends in a draw? Because if he uses Shadow Rush again, that's what's going to happen. Nope. Of course not. Okay, so, both Pokemon faded, and we're both out of Pokemon, so what happens? It counts as a loss. That's actually funny. Interesting. Okay, then. Well, let's restock a bit and replan out the strategy a bit. Oh, you start... Now you tell me. Yes, please. Maybe against my better judgment, but... should be fine. Why am I not using that? Might just give me a bit more of an edge. Oh yeah, Swablu is purifying down enough. Does it have its ability? Careful. Oh, that's not bad. It's a defensive boosting nature for Swablu, and that's pretty good. Okay. I find it very funny that a draw counts as a loss. Whereas in other games, it actually counts as a victory. Sure, you have to go back to the Pokemon Center, but you still get credit for it. Unless I'm mistaken. No. Yeah, you lose no matter what. In battle facilities, though, like the Battle Tower in some games, if it's a draw, it counts as a victory on your part. Weird, right? Don't believe me? I had Byron in Black 2 and White 2. And his Magnezone used not self-destruct, used Explosion. Knocked out my last Pokemon, but it was like his last Pokemon as well. Huh. I never realized they had extra dialogue. If you lose and come back. Same strats as before, eh? Okay, so... my thoughts. Let's... yeah. Go this method, then. Actually, I should have used Mud Shot. Oh, well. Because I knew that was coming. The charcoal did more. This made it do more. It still wasn't enough to one-shot, but at least the Metang goes down faster this time. Ooh, that's going to be very helpful. I am not going to use Slam. Okay. Caldera did her job, so I'm switching her out. Let's see. What can... yeah. Let's just go straight to Espeon. Is it me or has Mud Shot gotten nerfed over the years? Like, it's not as strong as it once was, or is it just me? Oh, well, so much for that plan. But I guess you can knock out the Marshtomp for me. Perfect. Perfect. You know, it's sad when Hariyama is the fastest thing on the battlefield. Also, I just realized my mistake. I forgot to heal. Well, well, this is going badly, but it's going badly because of my negligence. Wait a minute. No, no, no. Nah, we're just going to take him out. Yes, yes, we know already. No point. Okay, so... let's go ahead and wake up Quagsire. And I'll just use a basic potion on it, because we need to conserve the hyper potions. Does my Hariyama have thick fat? So if it does... yes. Okay. Because it does, it'll take less damage from Fire Blast, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Let's use Yawn. Ooh. We're under half. Not bad. Sure, Quick Claw. Keep activating in inopportune moments. Okay. Now, this was back in the day when the timer ball wasn't as strong because it's every 10 turns it gets stronger. I think it was Gen 4, no, 5, when it changed to after 10 turns, every turn afterwards increases your chances. Okay. That should be good. If this Ultra Ball fails, I'm going to try a Timer Ball. Ah. Or at least I got 2 shakes out of that one. Alright. Just keep the yawns up. Ah, come on. Okay. Do what I need you to do. On Caldera's turn, I'm going to try another Timer Ball. And then obviously on Quagsire's turn, I'm going to use Yawn. Ah, come on! That wasn't even right. Thank you, Caldera. Okay. Let's get off the Timer Ball for a sec, try a Great Ball, and then go to heal up Caldera. Nope. Okay, there we go. I almost got it with one of these, so surely this is going to work at some point. Not that time either, apparently. I hate to do this, but I think I might use an exploit here soon. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Entei captured. Gah! You meddlesome pest! The way you handle those Pokemon with your audacious skill. Who are you? Master Dakim. Ah, screwed up. You were hopelessly outclassed against him. You had zero chance of winning. I'm pulling out for now. You go to Ein's lab and help out there. As you wish, sir. This isn't over yet. Stronger Pokemon are being made even now. You'd better get serious about training your Pokemon for our next meeting. Dahaha! I don't know, it felt fitting to give him a Russian accent. An F-disc, huh? Ow. That wasn't an experience I'd ever want to have again. I'm glad you came to my rescue, thank you. I'm Vander. I'm an area leader here at Mount Battle. I'm Ruri, and this is Wes. We're glad to see you. What you've told me explained a lot. Thanks to you, I know exactly why they attacked us. This is the Time Flute. I happened to find it while I was on my training track. It is said that the Time Flute was summoned Celebi, but just once. There must be something about Celebi that frightens them. They obviously don't want Celebi to encounter Shadow Pokemon. But let's not spend any more time here. Let's go back. But here, I want you to have this. But are you certain? May we really have something this precious? Of course you may. I'd rather you use that Time Flute than have those crooks take it by force. Use it and save the Shadow Pokemon from their sinister plans. Random item box. TM47. I believe that's Steel Wing? Okay. Alright, I only brought along the Noctowl for those battles. I forgot to purify you. I seem to be slipping. Now, Entei is going to take a long time to purify. Wow, I forgot that that thing's that high of a level. I think I'll swap it out for Hariyama for the time being, because I do need to start purifying some more. Problem with Colosseum is that purification takes a lot of time. A lot more time. Which I'm glad that they kind of fixed it in the sequel, but at the same time, it doesn't feel as... I don't know how to describe it exactly. Now, I know Swablu is close, but it's not quite there yet. Jeez, I was already packing Thunderbolt? What was I doing? What was I thinking? And one of my favorite electric types. So it's going to be on the squad for a while. Problem is, when it comes to trying to come up with nicknames for party members, I kind of draw a blank a lot. Caldera was like the only one I had really put any thought into. Oh yeah, talk to this NPC and you'll get something. But if you say no to her, she'll give you an item. So what that does is it increases happiness if a Pokemon is normal. If it is a Shadow Pokemon, it lowers its heart gauge a bit. Now, depending on the Pokemon, it can go down quickly or go down very little. In the case of Entei, yes, it's going to be a slow process. I don't intend on using Entei, that's why I chose Caldera as my fire type. I will just say that I am probably going to end up going back on my pack, though, not using legendary Pokemon because of Colosseum's limited options. There's something I forgot to do, by the way. I'm going to have to go back to Pirate Town. Oh yeah, by the way, all the trainers here are rematchable, so if you need a little extra experience until Mount Battle is unlocked, go ahead and come here and battle. Also, these guys are so incompetent that they just leave the key to the cell right here on this table for anyone to take. And I love how you can just let this guy go. And they don't even bat an eye. This is missable. TM46, which is Thief, if memory serves. Yes, that is correct. Very fitting. Why is the police force so incompetent in Pokemon? It's one thing I never truly understood. Should actually battle around a little bit. I think I missed my chance to battle that NPC. This battle theme never gets old to me. One of my favorites in the series. Well, this is risky. Switch back to Swablu here, because it's about to eat a dig otherwise. I'll take that. Seriously? You were trying to use dig on the Swablu that was standing there. Smart. Very smart. Ah yes, the old cheeky strategies of Swellow. It's a very simple one though. Its ability being Guts normally is very helpful to it, because then you could run Facade on it, as well as a Toxic Orb, making it quite a dangerous Pokemon to use. Alright. Switching Quagsire out for Caldera, and let's annihilate that Swellow. You say you've learned a lot about this from these old folk. It seems to me that you need to have your brain evaluated. Oh, that's annoying. Oh. Yeah, why not? Like it matters. The Sunflora has some good points to it, and it also has some bad points. One of the bad points is it's not very good. The only thing that's good about it is it has a very high special attack stat. Everything else is pretty mediocre. Its speed is bad, its HP is not good, and its defenses aren't that good. Granted, it does have chlorophyll, but it's too risky to run on a sun-based team. I think you need to go back to elementary school with some of the mistakes you were making there. You know, miss, I might have use for your services after all. He'll look after this little remora fish for a while. It's an expensive way to do it, but it does actually help purify shadow Pokemon. It's expensive because it does cost money to get it back. I'm not sure how it's tiered exactly, but in the actual daycare mechanics, it's every $100. It's 100 Pokédollars for every level gained. I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating. And it gets everywhere. Ah, William West. It's good to have you back. So how goes it? Have you trounced the Cretans that raided Mount Battle? Yeah. I expected enough less of my own granddaughter. She didn't do anything! And of course, Wes. I see. Sylvander conferred the Time Flute upon you. Now what are you waiting for? Depart from the Relic Forest and summon Celebi at once. I wonder what will happen. I find it quite exciting. Oh yes, there's something I've forgotten. Wes, may I have the number of your PD thing? Good, I'll try to reach you at this number if anything happens. This makes us pen pals. Ho ho ho. Now I believe you get there's a tip. That guy was like, why is there a random lab out in the middle of nowhere? And this was not here before. Of course nobody noticed. It's in the middle of the desert. And as soon as you come here, you get an email. It's never clear what you're supposed to do, and I kind of like that. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Where am I going? The jail is here. Hey, look, here it is. Let's nab the key in front of her friend off of her belt while she's sleeping. Yeah, that's not creepy. Okay, so the trick is to go to the old pyrite building over there. We are going to save because I am not going through that again. With Entei. So we're going to go to the pyrite building and, remember when I mentioned that you can rebattle the trainers? I believe they're actually stronger around here, if memory serves me correctly. I think all the trainers are actually stronger. Oh yeah, yeah, they're definitely stronger. Good. Let's not have that much health. You know what? I'm okay with this happening now. Because it makes purifying that much easier. So Talo and Hitmontop must be speed tied. Okay. Well, obviously. Okay. This is also good because I kind of want to get to everyone to at least level... Realistically, I probably could get them all to level 40, so... Time for some grinding. You know how it goes. In an RPG, there's always grinding. I'm gonna take down this ferret because it's starting to become a pest. Well, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, until Swablu evolves, it's not very helpful. You also get out more money, too. I'm just going to be lazy, since we actually get bigger payouts now. No, I don't want to talk to you again. I've already healed. Oh, my Hitmontop's still in hyper mode. Guess I forgot about that. Oh well. It's going to remain in it for a while. Golbat's one of the fastest Pokemon in the series, so it's not going to be easy to beat. When it comes to speed, at least. Okay, so let's make sure that we get rid of this thing. Also, you would never think that a Pokemon that's so common would be so good, but the Zubat line is actually worth it. Worth the effort. Because Golbat on its own is not bad, and Crobat is fantastic. I am also going to warn you. If you think you can go in there and challenge the Colosseum again, don't. Because while you can, due to story progression, the first time you go in there, all the Pokemon are like level 33 max. The second time you go in there, they're in their 50s. Yeah. That's horrifying. Still haven't been able to regain fly yet, Swarblue, huh? Elydian sucks, so it's not going to do a whole lot. Okay, that's hilarious. It's just running. Well, if you ever wondered how that works. You missed. Shit, what am I doing? I'm really risking my fighting type out here. Well, let's get it out of hyper mode, then we'll switch it out for Ampharos. Wow, you missed twice. So nice you threw it twice. Fun fact on attacking Ampharos. Hey, I have fly now. Fun fact on attacking Ampharos too much. Physically, if you use a multi-hit move like Double Slap or Common Punch, you're rolling the dice every time you use an attack for static to kick in. Dive Bomb! I mean, that's what fly is if you think about it. Yeah. My second lowest, which is still weird. Oh, that's fantastic, though. The flying animation for Doduo. Nah, I don't feel like annihilating the Wingull. Told ya, you roll the dice with static every hit. Also, when we get there, one thing I do enjoy about Colosseum versus the sequel Gale of Darkness is you don't have radars going off every 5 minutes telling you to drop everything that you're doing and go check this thing that's happening. That's one thing I can greatly appreciate. Oh, that's one angry Pikachu. I never saw that animation before. Also, Fat Pikachu! Unfortunately, this would be one of the last few times we'd see Fat Pikachu. Well, at least until Sword and Shield with the Gigantamax Pikachu. Alright, let's get rid of this paralysis. Because I believe you do have natural cure. Perfect. Let's use this Parlez heal. It's so easy to make fun of the abbreviations for Paralyze Heal. I know that there were character limits, but this is the GameCube. Boom. Shakalaka. Not bad. Like I said, I'm just battling around for some extra experience because I feel like everyone on my team needs to be at least level 40 that are not Shadow Pokemon. Alright. Kind of sick of nothing really happening, so we're just going to go right into it. Hey, Devel, you remember this old friend of yours? Yeah, Ampharos is an unusual electric type. It's not particularly fast, but the fact that, but it still has the high special attack that you'd expect from an electric type, and usually high special defense. So it can take special moves like a champ, for the most part. Depends on the special attacker. Like, if it would try to Fire Blast from that Entei, I don't think it would survive that. But still. I don't think the Thunderbolt was necessary, but there we go. You know, there's one very interesting attention to detail with the Zigzagoon line. Zigzagoon can only walk in zigzags, whereas Lightnoon can only run in one direction, straight. Let me rephrase that. Lightning can only run straight in one direction. So it's random attention to detail. Rude. Don't be sticking your tongue out at me. You're not Shelter. Oh yeah, for the record, whenever a Pokemon, whenever you use Call on them, when they get them out of Hyper Mode, they actually do an animation as if they're doing a ranged attack. Little attention to detail there. Hitmontop's fang animation is always funny. It stands straight up. And then collapses. Let's just go ahead and battle this guy. Who's up first? Oh dear. This may hurt. A critical hit on your own. Oh, that's just unfortunate. That's just unfortunate. Faster than a Swablu. That's kind of sad. I think this guy might actually battle you now. Hater. Don't be hating, man. And I'm not going to sweat the belt him because it's not going to do be able to do too much. Oh, he has 2 Pokemon. The R Online, I'm actually big fans of. Sure, their typing isn't great, and their low special defense is a downer. But due to all of the resistances plus an immunity to poison being a steel type, it's not bad. I could understand why Steven Stone's a fan of the line, and its Mega Evolution is actually decently good because it gains the ability Filter, which lowers the damage output of, well, the damage input of super effective moves on Aggron, and it loses its rock typing. So it becomes pretty interesting in that regard. But as it stands, its base forms, being quad weak to ground and fighting is a bit unfortunate, but, you know, not great. Not great, not terrible. Wait a minute, I just saw he had a new move. Darn it. Okay, at least that didn't work. Wow, it gains triple kick that quickly. Boom. Quad weakness. That guy can potentially be scary later on, because Metagross and Aggron are no slouch Pokemon. So you're supposed to take this elevator here, but we're not going to do that, because all the trainers in the tower will rebattle you now. And they're stronger, and yes, I am going to battle all of them to regain experience. I understand if you all don't want to watch this part. That's fine. And like I said, whenever I upload this to YouTube, whenever I do get around to it, this will not be in. I'll cut it out. Being said, there's a lot of content to get rid of. Oh, triple kick the Swellow. I mean, that's not a Swellow. Talo. That's a Talo. Unless, well. Okay, so go for Noctowl, predicting the fly on Hitmontop, who has the best physical defense. Surprisingly, Caldera does. Because the only one that resisted is Zampharos. Really? Okay. I was about to question your sanity there for a moment. Fact. I think I'll, because I don't really have much to say, what I do and I'll tune back in, I'll turn my mic back on, but for right now, because I don't really have a lot to say right now, because it's just level grinding. I'll be back. Wait a minute. I thought triple kick always hit 3 times. Is it just 1 to 3 times? Have they been lying to me? Unless you knock out the Pokemon, that is. Then 2 hits make sense at that point. But, yeah, that was an unfortunate critical hit there. Whoa, 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 whoa. An adamant nature Hitmontop. Too bad Hitmontop isn't really that great, but having a plus physical attack nature fighting type is actually pretty good. Yikes. Okay, so we will be leaving here temporarily because, as you saw, Sweblu is ready to be purified. I do not think the trainers will rematch you again, except for that chaser right there. She'll battle you repeatedly for whatever reason. I guess it's maybe to remind you that, hey, you're supposed to go this way. So you can just keep battling this trainer until to remind you that, hey, you can actually go this way, finally. Oh, I guess I forgot to battle Kale. Oh well. That's not important. Okay, now Sweblu evolves at level 37, so I don't think we're going to get there quite yet. We're going to be close. 35. Does evolve at 35? Oh, well, I'll eat my words then. That's not bad to have at this point in the game. Altaria is one of, I believe, 2 dragon types you can have in this game. Because of that, I do highly recommend it. Yeah, mirror move doesn't really matter. Although it is exclusive to the game, I'm not really that interested in playing in their mirror move. So, yeah, As I mentioned, Altaria is one of 2 dragon types that you can have in this game. Sure, it's not super impressive, but with its decent speed and decent bulk, it can actually help you pretty well. And the fact that the dragon type, this was still the era where the dragon type was overpowered. So, and as I mentioned, there is a dragon type that you can get later on in the game that's far superior to it, but it won't be for a while. So I think we'll hang on to the Altaria for the time being. And I've used Altaria in the past. It's pretty good. Despite its, it being one of the lower end dragon types, in my opinion. Anyway, back to our quiet grinding unless something ridiculous happens. So if you leave the area and come back, that will just rebattle you again. Anyway. Good to know. Good to know. Alright, folks, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick... Okay, I'm back. And as I said before, I'm just going to keep on grinding. I'll come back. I'll probably come back when we make it to the end of this dungeon, because there's actually a reason to do this. And I will also be back full time once we actually are done grinding. So, see you then. I'm getting some major deja vu for this one. She's literally using the same team as that male writer outside. That's actually very amusing. What was that animation? Just... Gloom is a weird Pokemon, isn't it? Ah, the one time when Mud Sport is actually useful. On a Pokemon that's not a ground type. Seriously, what were they thinking with that? And it didn't matter. Critical hit. Yeah, that should be an indication of the limited options in Colosseum. The fact that there's only 3 boxes total in the PC. Yeah. Alright, let me explain something real quick. I know you're probably wondering, why am I just trying to purify Entei the hard way? Here's the thing. The time flutes are going to be... There are only 3 in the game. One is very hard to get. But the 2 that we can get rather easily, I am going to use them for party members. Now, that being said, yes, I am going to do this the hard way for Entei, and obviously you can probably guess that there are other legendary beasts are involved as well. I'm going to be using a time flute on one of them, because one of them is joining the party. That's how this is going to work. The other thing is, this cuts down on time that we are going to need to purify certain Pokemon. The legendary beasts take a long time, but the final time flute I'm going to be using for a very specific Pokemon later on that we wouldn't be able to purify otherwise, because it would take way too long. So anyway, back to Silence. Bye! Okay, so what happens if you actually go to Mirror B's room after all this is said and done? After you've beaten him? What? I'm Miracle B. I'm Mirror B's rightful successor, going to give me an afro. Okay, okay. I have several questions. What even is this? He's like a random boss character, and like, listen to that music. I don't understand. I really don't. But I guess that's the glory of this character. Also, I want to point out something very funny. Except for the Electrode, all of his Pokemon know Flail. Implying that he doesn't really know how to dance, he's just flailing around randomly. Light screen or not. Light screen or not, you must realize that you are doomed. Yeah. What does Mimic do if it copies Shadow Rush? Does it somehow learn it? Come on! My dreams! You were my dreams of getting an afro! Darn, I don't care if no one agrees. I'm still the rightful heir to Mirror B. Even though my hair hasn't grown to a full afro do. Let me tell you something. That would take years and years to do. But yes, he wears a gold-looking suit and wears a helmet that's painted red and white, like Mirror B's afro. It's just a shame that they never really did anything else with that character. But anyway, we are done grinding. I'm keeping the Entei with me for overall power for the time being, but unfortunately, Quagsire, hint hint, may be getting benched soon. It's tempting to keep though because of the the fact that it naturally learns Earthquake though. But I have a better idea for an Earthquake user. And we'll just take the shortcut on down. Okay, so we have to battle this trainer. You in what army? Since I have the way to actually use it. Welcome to the Under. Unfortunately, this area is removed after this game. This newscast is brought to you by... Hi everyone, it's me, your Venus. Everyone's Venus, that's me. I have something terribly important to share with you today. It's horrid. There are spies right here in the Under. Can you imagine? We don't really know all the details, but if you see anyone suspicious, please let us know. Everyone, please, I'm counting on you. We need you to get lots of information for us. No way. They know that we came here already? Wes, we're going to have to be cautious. Sure. Wow. And then optional battles because, again, we need the experience. Wow, you're weaker than the other traitors in the tower. Hey, we can actually use dragon moves on Jigglypuff because the fairy type doesn't exist yet. You know, this character just used the Skitty a moment ago. I am surprised that that line did not become fairy type. Everything about it screams fairy type. I'm still dumbfounded that they never did that because I feel like that would get Delcatty out of the rut that it's been in for years. Because by changing some Pokemon to fairy typing, some of them became very broken. Okay, time for some cost-effective stuff. Let's grab some lemonades. We're by about 10. since there's so many dialogue boxes you have to go through just to get something. I think later on in the game, like much later in the game, this vending machine will have Moo Moo milk in it, which is pretty cool, I gotta admit. See what the shop has, if anything. Oh, wait a minute. This one's actually pretty interesting. Okay, I'm going to take this. Buy some hyper potions, just cause. Okay. I don't understand that. Oh, I got 3 for free. Well, that's nice. $1,000 a night. Rip off. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's time for the Undertime again. Lady Venus, please. Hi, everyone. It's your Venus. Everyone's Venus. That's me. I'm very disappointed. The spies haven't been caught yet. Can you imagine? Everyone, please. I'm counting on you for more cooperation. Hypocrite. Well, he's taking advantage of you, buddy. I don't know what else to tell you. Excuse me? Do you need a pummeling? Magikarp and Feebas. Excuse me, but what made you think that you're actually going to do anything with that? Of course, where's the rare candy when you need one? Because a Gyarados would be horrifying. Yay, Splash! Hooray for useless moves! You'll never become the champ, period, unless you evolve that Feebas and Magikarp. Oh, sheesh. What should I do? I still have to make a delivery, but I'm still not done cleaning. Hey, wait. Wow. Aren't you Wes and Ruri? Huh? How do you know who we are? I thought so. This makes things easy. Please, can I get you to deliver this part to Net's house? But, wait. Just tell Net that's from Purr. He'll tell you the details. Net's house is the one with the big rotating antenna dish. You'll know which one it is as soon as you see it. Okay, I guess I'm everyone's errand boy today. Venus, what is your situation? Well, a couple of mice appear to be running loose, Nest Scour, but there's nothing to worry about. We'll catch them right away, pulverize, and mash them up. Fine. The priority is to distribute Shadow Pokemon. Don't forget. As for you, Ein, hurry. Complete the Shadow Pokemon's development as soon as possible. Your trust will not be misplaced, Master Nescour. Already sufficient Shadow Pokemon battle data has been gathered from our minions. My masterpiece, the most powerful Shadow Pokemon in history, shall soon be ready. Good. I will be waiting for good news. That is all. Now, it is time we return to the lab and put on the finishing touches. Come, back to the lab. Yes, sir. So, we got that item, the F-Disc. This is what it's for. This, excuse me? This thing here, moves. Based on what disc you use. Also, I'm going to tell you this ahead of time. Yes, I know there's an item box to the left. We do not get the L disc until we beat the game. And once you do, prepare to be disappointed. Thief. What is it with old men? What is it with old men and Pokemon losing their teeth? Now this is the herb shop. They're not expensive, but the downside is they're bitter and Pokemon do not like these. If you want to actually lower your friendship on your Pokemon for whatever reason, this is how you do it. Considering she's growing some mushrooms down here, I really question the effectiveness of that. Yep, here's another Colosseum. Again, don't bother. The Pokemon here are in the 50s. Fair warning. So don't bother as of right now, anyway. Oh, and I'm going to show you all something that I never knew about when I was younger. I never knew that you could just come to the under from the map, and this is the location. I always used to use the building in Pyrite Town. I never knew that this existed. I even had a strategy guide for this game, and even it never mentioned this. Strange, isn't it? You brought me the power-up part from Perk? Great, I was waiting for that. Huh? Are you the Wesson Ruri? Oh wow, this is too awesome. Come on, you have to get inside. Quick, quick. Interesting. Meg, Ned, you won't believe who just dropped in for a visit. We got some shocking company. Shocking company? Try not to be too shocked when you hear it. It's Wesson Ruri. Huh? No, really? Bit, is that true? Is that Wes really here? See for yourself. Hi, I'm Ned. Second Pirate told me about what you've been doing so far. Oh, this is from Per. Great. This is all I need. This is all that I needed to get the kids grid back up and running again. I better explain. A while ago, we somehow lost access to the kids grid. We think it's caused by a jamming signal that's interfering with the kids grid. It's probably Venus's doing. But this power part you delivered up will let me boost up our equipment. When we get the kids grid back up, I'll try to hack their computers for useful information. Ned is a genius. He's been gathering all sorts of data on those crooks. Oh yes. Oh Wes, wait please. May I have your PDA number? We'll contact you as soon as we discover anything. Thank you. We'll do our best to gather useful information for you. Oh, by the way, I found out something very interesting. I'll explain in a second. God, let me go, let me go. Shut up, it's hopeless. Quit struggling. Now be a good boy. Lie still. You don't have to battle these peons. You can literally just ignore them. However, you kind of have to. So you need about Cloak here for game progression. Well, not really. But this is missable. Yeah. Ledian, huh? One of the most disappointing bug-type Pokemon in the series. We would not get a good Ladybug Pokemon until much, much later in the series. Alright, whoop, I did not mean to do that. That's what happens when you ace spam and don't pay attention. Wait, you safeguard. I'm an idiot. Yeah. That did... Granted, Altaria is very bulky, but that you see that did almost nothing. That is how pathetic of a Pokemon Ledian is. So, just capture it just capture it because, you know, gotta save them all that jazz. But don't even try using this. There is a bug Pokemon that you will get later on that is worth it, but this is not it. Yeah, I may as well try. Wait a second. Back up, back up, back up. Want to throw the ball with Typhlosion? Heh. Good. I didn't want to hit it too much because it's not that strong. Don't be too hasty about relaxing. I'm up next. There's a joke with these characters. Their names are Cloak and Dagger. Which is funny because that's another term for spying. And what were they trying to do? Capture some spies. Very on the nose. After dredging them with water, I'm going to switch my fire type. Gyarados' attack animation is so bizarre. And Cloak is the only one with a Shadow Pokemon. Dagger doesn't have one, she's just a roadblock. And you don't even have to battle them. You can literally just ignore them. Get the item from Silva, and then nothing else happens. These two just disappear from the game entirely. Meaning that, yes, Ledian is one of the first examples of a Pokemon that is completely missable. You don't get another chance at it. Because the data of the character has disappeared from the game entirely, so they don't even reappear later on in a rematch. Fact. Track. Ooh. Sing doesn't do anything for me. Yawn is more reliable. Wes, it's me, Silva, from Dukings. I discovered that they were bringing Shadow Pokemon and Pyroid from here. That's as far as I got when they caught me like this. But I did manage to filch this from them. Here you go. I think it's an item that's useful only down here in the Under. If you find the key to this place, please let me out. I want to mention something very interesting about that statement. This is like the only time that the characters in this game are competent. Okay, let me think here. Yeah, that's a good matchup. That's a good lineup. Okay, now that TM for Fire Blast that we bought, I am going to use it. Because, we're going to need a bomb. Well, Toria can learn it. Oh, not bad, not bad. There's utility for sunny day, so I'm keeping it. Okay, so before we go right, I highly, highly recommend you go forward, heal, and save. We're going to leave for a moment, though, because I need to go restock on a few items. So, we're not going to heal here. We're just going to go... Well, we're not going to heal here yet. We're just going to go back to the outskirts stand, get a few Pokeballs, and then come back. Brain fart there. I was forgetting where we were going to go. Buy a few of those. And buy a couple of these. Okay. Now, stocking up on timer balls because those are going to be useful to us going forward because these battles tend to go on for a while. Okay, so we're going right this time. This looks suspiciously similar to the Pyrite building. Well. So, this is where, rare candies, eh? Might save those for a rainy day. So this is where they've been broadcasting from. You two, you're holding up the film shoe. We're about to begin. Wait, who are you? Ah, I recognize those faces. Those faces were on the blacklist from headquarters. How did you find us? But that's not important now. I'll squash you myself and collect a reward from Master Nascour. And third admin of the game. Yeah, this is why I grinded. Her levels are capped at 45, and that's actually kind of terrifying. I'm not taking any chances. Let's see. Not much I can do against that Delcatty, so I'm just going to switch to Espeon and hope for the best. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cable wall. Thank you. 1 HP, are you serious right now? This game is so in my opinion, this is one of the most underrated Pokemon games out there. No one... There's not a lot of people that even talk about it. And that's a big shame to me. They make the observation of, can we not have a good 3D Pokemon game with a good story? There was one years ago. You just forgot about it. Or you just didn't have a GameCube at the time. Maybe. But I think they definitely need to remake it with the up to Gen 9 mechanics. Like, for example, half of the Pokemon that you get in this game are honestly terrible because they don't have their evolutions yet. If they were to get their evolutions, they would be significantly better. So your limited options would be much, much more usable. Okay, let's deal with the Delcatty, because I'm not as worried about the Banette. Really? At least it can't attract Caldera. Yes, they did. After I'm done with this game, that is actually next. Let me think. Seriously? Well, here I am eating my words. And her final Pokemon. Because the last guy had Entei, you could guess that she would have Suicune. One of my favorite legendaries. Okay. Yes, it can. I haven't missed a Fire Blast yet. I'm very appreciative of that. I've already missed one, but we get an opportunity for it much, much later. Okay, I stand thoroughly corrected. That Banette needs to go down. Alright, that should do it. Okay, I gotta be kind of careful here. You know what? I'm going to send out your brother just to bait out some surfs. I'm trying to prevent it from using Shadow Rush. Okay. Inte did its job. So let's use some that will resist it. That's fine. Okay. Now's when we try. I have these in surplus. I might as well use them just to even waste a few turns. Yeah, I didn't think so. Second ball. Perfect. I'm so glad that didn't go out live on the air. How dare you? How could I get bested by a mere boy? Remember this, I'll get you back for this. I think this is... Yes, that is attract. It's not only that Raiko is a pain to get, his entire team is very good. Ein has probably one of the scariest teams for that point in the game. I always say that the admins in Cypher are massive difficulty spikes. Alright, so we're leaving for a moment because Suicune is not only being added to the team because I made the decision of I'm going to add one of them. And since Suicune's my favorite of the three, we're going to do it. Don't get me wrong, I like Quagsire. It does a very good job, but it's too a little... my team construct is pretty slow to begin with. So... let me get the Quick Claw off of Quagsire first, though. I know exactly who to put it on. Says Ampharos is on the slow side. Okay, so... Oh yeah, while I'm here, I might as well do this too. The one big knock I have on Colosseum is the fact that you can only save at PCs. In the sequel, you can just save from the menu anywhere. Okay, let's go ahead and purify him on top here. Might actually keep it around because there's a lot of normal and steel types that I really don't have a lot of answers for. Okay. Now, we get to see something cool. I'm going to use this time flute here on Suicune. I never truly understood how Celebi was the one that could do this, because in lore it never really did stuff like this. Alright. So we have enough time to do the little gauntlet that Venus sets up for us. And then we're going to call it a night. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this Suicune, actually. Is it any good? Lax. I think that's... Plus physical defense is already very bulky to begin with. Forget what it lowers, though. Okay, so... And there's some irony here. Pairing Suicune up with Espeon. If anyone ever believes that theory. Of course, now I'm not so sure with the new past paradoxes for the legendary beasts. I always love that. Run, run, run. Now walk very slowly into the elevator. And walk very slowly out. Okay. Now, there is something I want to explain here. I had mentioned earlier that if this game were to be remade with the newer mechanics plus evolutions of later Pokemon, right there is a prime example of that. Gligar in this game is terrible. However, this was one of the only ways in Gen 3 to get said Pokemon. It got an evolution a generation later. So this is one of those... In fact, I think all the Pokemon in this entire gauntlet I'm about to go through all fall into that criteria. Well, say... yeah, I guess all of them do. Get out of here, Teddy Ursa. Not really too scared of the Gligar. I'm not gonna lie with you. Lie to you. Yeah, Sand Attack's annoying, but the cure for that is simply switch out the Pokemon. Oh yeah, I forgot Jigglypuff can learn that. Also, what was that about having lower accuracy? How about we use a move that just doesn't miss? Ow. Okay, might as well try. Good. Unnecessary critical is unnecessary. How? I just realized all of her Pokemon are fake tears and she's the one who cries. Also, thank you for calling them the legendary beasts, because that's what they are. I wouldn't always call them the legendary dogs, and politically, you're not correct. The only one that, honestly, none of them really look that dog-like to begin with. Because Suicune looks more like a horse. Raikou looks like a saber-toothed tiger, and Entei looks more like I think it looks more like a I don't know, maybe oh yeah, that's right. It looks more like a lion. Also, yes, I know that Suicune's growth rate is very slow, and I'm aware of that. However, I have beaten this game before with it, and it got all the way up to the point where I learned Calm Mind on its own. What was I thinking? So Freena used her Shadow Pokemon immediately. It looks like this one's saving it for last. Leox. Stantler is a Shadow Pokemon as well, and yep, continuing the trend of Pokemon that are not that good, but got much better later on. However, Stantler's gap in which it actually became halfway decent is far larger than any of the other Pokemon so far. Yeah, it never got attention until Gen 8. Although I will say that at this point now, all the Johto Pokemon that were not that good almost all of them got some help. Now I said almost all of them. I believe there's a couple. I wish they would do more with the Natu line, because Xatu is not that great, and I really wish they did more with it, because the concept is interesting on it. As for the other one is unknown, and I don't know what you can do about that. Wow, okay. Alright, now to backtrack and heal. Okay, now, this room. Yeah, I knew there... I got a refund on those timer balls. Cool. What else we got? 2 max potions. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Oh, Masquerain, what a waste of a Pokemon you are. Okay. Get Ampharos out here. If there's a Pokemon that could get another evolution, Masquerain would definitely be on my list. Because, okay, if it's going to be a bug-flying moth, then you need to give it another evolution because its stats are way too low to begin with. And the fact that it had a Water Strider as a previous evolution is actually interesting. So, my thought is maybe lean back into that a bit more. Or give a branching evolution for it. Dunsparce. Piloswine is indeed a shadow Pokemon. Now, Piloswine on its own is not terrible, but it's not great either. It being an ice type is unfortunate because ice is the least defensively viable type in the series. So I would actually recommend against using Piloswine, even with it knowing Dig and having a ground typing. I believe it learns Earthquake naturally, so it's not the worst thing, but I wish it has evolution. Granted, Ampharos is bulky, and I have a Reflect up, but that dig didn't do much. Hey, want to see the move that never misses miss? Okay, that's not bad. And paralyzed, good. Good. However, that is not. Oh, good. Good. Okay. Ryu catching some lucky breaks here. Now, Paralyze does not increase the odds that much of capturing the Pokemon, but it's a lingering status, so you don't have to reapply it, and it's not as risky as poisoning or burning. A second ball. I'll take it. Four extra Ultra Balls. Hey, I got my refund on my Ultra Balls, too. Neat. Nellis, huh? Talk about a somewhat normal name. In case you haven't detected the pattern here, Sneasel is indeed a Shadow Pokemon. Sneasel is another example of a Gen 2 Pokemon that desperately needed an evolution that is not available in this game. However, it is fast. That is one thing to keep in mind. It is fast and it has a very monstrous attack stat. So that is definitely the plus with Sneasel. Everything else is bad. Defenses, forget about it. HP's bad, and special attack is bad. Now, why is that a bad thing? It's because Gen 2, Gen 3 mechanics. Dark and Ice, its same type attack bonus moves, are special. when it has that monstrous physical attack stat, but it doesn't use it for its typings, that we have a problem here. I might as well try. Never hurts. Well, okay then. Okay, now I can quit playing it safe. Alright, managed to get all 4 Shadow Pokemon in that gauntlet. 5 if you count Suicune. Before that horrible boy can meddle anymore, and I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. I'll link up with Ein at the Shadow Pokemon Lab. Ick, how? Oh, why did you have to chase me here? It's so unfair. This isn't good. I can't lead them to the lab. Okay, no more items in this sector. I don't think. No, okay. And this explains how they move them. Oh, you are so easy to dupe. See, the key for the shadow liner's right here. You didn't think I would really let you take our train? Bah. Bye-bye, and this time I mean it. Don't you dare forget about me. This begins a trend, by the way. The subway key. This starts a trend. You'll see what I mean in a second. Also, apparently this used to be used for good means. Like they were used for, this subway system was used for, because the Under was a mining town beforehand. Also, I love the music here. Yo, how's it going? Just getting off shift? Huh? Wasn't Lady Venus supposed to be coming today? Huh? I've seen your faces somewhere. That's at the blacklist! Yo, Western Ruri, how did you get down here? Ah, this won't do. We can't let these two get into the Shadow Pokemon Lab. Kaboom! Well, there goes the door. Ha! Take that and weep. You'll never be able to chase us now. Ha! Whoa, don't you think that was overdoing things a little? It's too late now. Come on, let's skedaddle. Shut up, Clyde. The main gate key. The key to the front gate of the Shadow Pokemon Lab. Venus started a bad trend of Butterfingers. A U-disc. Alright. That leads to something interesting. Well, since we really don't have anywhere else to go, we're just going to go back. And now you can take the elevator. As soon as you get down here, you can actually just take the elevator back up. And then back down. And that's all 4 of them. Also, it's very convenient. I wanted to point out how the UFO is always here, even if you didn't take it there. They did that as a precaution so that you would not be stranded. So let's go ahead and use that U-disc. Which, if you can't put 2 and 2 together, yep, it's going up. So the directions, so then we have all the cardinal directions. Forward, right, left, up, and down. So we're in that upper portion of the windmill, and there's an iron box. Another time flute. Well, I'm going to bank that for later. Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to here. Buy a few Ultra Balls. Because we're going to need them. You can only buy a few anyway. But, hey, better than nothing. Okay. So, what we're going to do is we're going to head to the Pokemon Lab here. Really? You have to do it this way? Fine. Oh, wait. Duh. There's a console over here. Okay, so... grab these item boxes. There's one in the outer part of the wall. Three revives. That'll be helpful. Then, because I'm lazy, I'm just going to leave the map, come back, and then, hey, I'm at the entrance again. So you come here, and then open the shutter. And you can't get through there because you need another security key. So, we are going to save here. And that is going to be all for this evening. So we will pick up from here. And until next time, RioNakage33 signing off. I'll see you again next week, same time, same place. Have a wonderful evening.